Good morning. How's it going, everybody? Hi. I need more coffee. Ah, Avers asked me, I assume you decided to wait till 1.1 is out of beta to get back into E5. Well, I was only marginally aware of the fact that there was a beta, and I'm really mentally loving Factorio. I just want to play Factorio. E5 might be in a good state in the beta, but it might not be, and I kind of like Avers, you just articulated, I don't really want to beta test. I want to stress test and stack trace and do all that stuff. So anyway, I installed a mod that I want to test real quick. How's the audio, by the way? I think I moved my mic. Should be okay. Ever since I went back to Windows 10, everything's perfect every time, right? Always? I noticed that the save file's up to 76 megabytes, which is a bit big. Bit big. We're going to temporarily use the chunk eraser mod. Select or alternate select shift by default to delete chunks without or with player entities respectively. Like someone explored way up here. So far as I understand it, this does affect performance, having these chunks generated. There are player entities, so like we went up there and found water apparently. And there's a build there, but like until they're needed again, like I feel like we should probably delete them all. Does look a little bit weird now. That's okay though. All about my performance. But for reference, we're at 76 megabytes. We'll see where we're at after this. Nice, and then it just automatically regenerates the chunks if it needs them. And it's not like the chunks, I think the chunks are guaranteed to be the same, right? Like, it's not like, we're just hiding the map a little bit. I'm pretty sure it doesn't, like, redo the spawn algorithm. Let's take a save of this. Pi2 back. Yeah, so we just saved 16 megabytes. From 76 down to 60. Just by deleting unused chunks. That's good. Also, I noticed that someone else must have gone in and deleted all the personal force layers. And then we're just using the force layer for testing only. But I think I can use this tool here too. And that saved us... None in space. Interesting. Okay. Well, whatever. Alright, so yeah, we're not going to have that mod all the time. Although, really, I guess, is there any reason to delete it? Any reason to not have it? Like, worst case scenario... Oh, well, no, there is a reason, technically. It said the alternative select will delete chunks that have player entities in them. Shift. So just out of curiosity, if I shift select, say like here, yeah, that actually straight up murders the build. So I think that that's a bit risky to have all the time. We're looking for chunk. deletion tool. We're going to turn that off. Now, another way... Yes, start over. God. I mean, we would do better if we started over overall in terms of, like, progression speed, but that's standard with iteration. So I was talking to Talkmore. Talkmore talks a lot. I don't know if you knew that or not. He and I talk almost every night after the session a bit about how things are going and like what we're working on and what we need to do to make sure that this stays playable for people. And one of my concerns was this, just the fact that the save file is getting so darn big. Which makes it hard for people to catch up because they got to spend longer downloading, etc., etc. And I noticed that there's been more people over the last few days who've had difficulty, like, getting caught in a fall behind the server and then have to re-download and then have to spend time catching up type loop. Which is what prompted me to find the chunk deletion tool mod and delete some of those chunks, which will help for sure. We just went from 76 down to 60, so we just trimmed 21% of the save file. Yay. But then I was talking to Talkmore about it and thinking, you know, the problem is that, like, in order to find buildable place, like buildable land, we have to explore outward. And every time we explore outward, we find these huge ore patches in the middle of things. And then it's like, well, I don't want to build there because we might need that resource. And so then we have to push to in the next one, and then we have to push to the next one. We just keep spawning more and more map looking for stuff. And strictly, I am going to make the executive decision to include something that is definitely suspect. As far as like game balance and all that goes, for the sake of performance, because we've got people that I want who've been playing with me for 2-3 weeks now, and I don't want them to be left behind. With that being said, Omnissiah Zelos, who some of you may remember, made all of the Omni Ores mods, all the pink ore stuff, a couple years, 5-10 years ago when we played that one summer every day for months. We played Omni Ores. Omnissiah Zelos made a mod called Ore Mover. And it lets you do stuff like this. You see that patch that's like right in a really stupid spot? Well, wouldn't it be great if it just was like not there and was instead like over here? And like if this one was also like not there but was like instead over here? Yeah. So, rather than continuing to spawn more and more and more map and making the game run worse, we're just going to include this mod, and we're going to align it to the train grid. And we're going to not keep on pushing out endlessly. So, Talkmore and I talked about it, like I said, and we've come up with a couple of basic like game plan rules for having this mod, because it is kind of a ridiculous ability to just be able to move ore. First off, I want to point out its drawbacks. It does have drawbacks. It has, so look at the number there, it's got, this resource patch has 735,420,736. 736 total ores. Also, why does this not show? There, better. So you have that many ores. If you move it, and say paste it up here, it'll let you do it. But now notice how we only have much less ore. 414 million. So in theory, if you were to move all the ores around lots and lots and lots, then they just sort of all die. Which would cause us to have to go spawn new chunks to find new resources. And therefore make the map bigger and make the performance worse. So we want to have a couple basic game plan rules, like the intent is not to be like, wow, I'm going to gather all the copper into one big chunk. Or I'm going to go gather every single one of the bitumen seeps and put them all in one chunk. No, because then you delete all the resources, and also we do still want like something of an organic feel to it. We just don't want to necessarily do squirrely shit where the train grid gets messed up because you've got, you know, an ore patch that's right there, and we don't want to waste the resources, but also we don't want to go around it. So we just move it. Think about it like a perfectly placed, perfectly lucky alternate universe where the ores only ever spawn within perfect little grids. It's fine. Looking for the thing we said. Alright, so basic rules are these. As far as like just guidelines. Yeah, because the other alternative hours was to get the ore deletion mod. I was thinking about just straight up deleting mods, deleting the ore patches, so that I would stop feeling so guilty. Because like part of the drawback we're running into is that when we use this large train brick system, and you push out the train grid, and then you make a brick available, you want to utilize that whole brick, because if you don't, it feels real bad to have like a whole bunch of wasted space, knowing that then you're going to go generate more chunks and make the game slower, but you've wasted all the space. So we want to utilize every inch, right? But here's the plan. We're going to just solve that by using this. Each train brick should be scaled instead of using the whole thing. Stop worrying about building out huge builds that take forever to design and build and whatever. Just plan on using like half of it, or even a third of it. And then instead we're going to move the ore patches to the other buildable space. Like in this case, like, let me see if I can find anything in there. No. Right, so there's ore underneath this build right here, but this is like a full build, and then this one's tiny. So like this is a perfect example where we can just take this patch and we're going to move it up here. Not quite there, so I deleted some of the resources. It is a little bit finicky because you can't like place like this now, because nickel's in the way, so you gotta like move it away first. And then try again. It works best if you can like only select exactly the dimensions of the thing. But if you had to, you could also just do this. Which looks kind of silly, but also, who cares? I mean, I kind of care. I want to try to avoid doing that, but also I don't really care that much. So you do that, and then you do that with, like, the one that's underneath the build that's down here. If I can make it fit. And then just plan on utilizing the space that's in the bricks. And now we don't necessarily need to feel bad about not utilizing the space. Other really great locations to move ore patches is going to be like the edge of train bricks. So if we go back to the center base, we've got like here. Like this little space is useless. But if there were, say, a titanium rock, we could just chuck the titanium rock over there. Or if there were, say, this big huge rare earth minerals, rare earth metals, whatever this is called, patch, and we could fit it up here, which I think it's too big for in this case, but see what I'm saying? We could just be a lot more efficient with the resources and not need to generate as much map. So in general, though, the guide is to only move ore to a block that the ore patch touches. Like, we don't want to take ore from... It's not about, like, gathering the quartz from here. You don't do this. You don't search for stone. You don't search for stone ore. Stone ore? No. Stone patch? Guess you just have to search for stone. You don't search for stone and then look for all the different places where there is stone and then put all the stone in one spot. Like, that's not the intent at all. If the ore patch was built over, then you can move it to the nearest empty brick. So that'd be, for example, if I'm selecting and I can see that there's nickel in there and it is built over, rather than say that this one can only go within like one brick distance, it's fine. Just grab this whole patch and find the nearest empty brick, and we put it down there. Ideally, not in a position where it can't be accessed. And then the single building deposits can be consolidated into a single brick in a 2 to 3 brick radius. So in this case, there are certain types of resource. I think the only type we can actually really tap right now is like the bitumen seeps and the rare earth extractors. Like, let's search for rare earth. So there's a rare earth deposit over here, it looks like. Nope, that's just the name of the station. Rare earth ore, regular. Of course, now I can't find more. Rare earth's a bad example because there's only the one thing, but like, bitumen seeps. So that's one right there. Like in this case though, I would say it's reasonable to gather the bitumen seeps. And put them in a line in one brick. Even if it's going to cost a few resources, because the bitumen seeps are going to last forever. Because they don't actually have particularly high throughput. So we would end up with natural gas derricks. See how this is only, amount 1137. So this is before they've been, like, exposed, right? This is, like, the pre-whatever thing. So in that case, it makes sense to me, within reason, like within a couple of bricks, like consolidate all of them that are in this area into one location so we don't have to, because what I want to avoid is having a, every single brick needs to have a fluid provider attachment, and then we've got raw gas in this brick, raw gas in this brick, raw gas in this brick. Like just put all the raw gas in one so that the trains can, you know, be more efficient and actually dispatch more frequently, and we don't need to build as many fluid requesters, providers, all that stuff. Right? So again, the overall purpose of this is not to cheat, but to keep the game playable and to keep, well, just to keep the game playable and to stop having to deal with the train grid getting in the way of stuff. One thing I am personally going to like strongly fight against if it comes up is like the intent is not to gather copper and nickel together, or copper and lead, or whatever, the two combo that you need to make solder. It's not about moving resources around like that, although technically if you did do it, I would probably not even notice. But this is a mod that I intend to leave installed. There is a setting that we can use to turn it on and off. If we go to mod settings, and then we go to map, and then we go to ore mover, omni mover, there's a research. And if this is turned off, then this should go away, no longer be available. So we'll probably toggle it there here occasionally, but it doesn't require you to be an administrator. Anyone that's playing can do it. And just to walk you through how you do it, because it is a little finicky, there's a tool down here that you select called Ore Moving Planner. Left mouse box select a resource, just do that, it'll tell you. It'll tell you when you've got it. And then you hold shift and left and drag to place it. Technically you can go as fine as like individual ores if you want. You could just like click one and then place. Click one, place. Sometimes when you like misplace a patch and you want to move the whole thing and it like won't fit because it does not want to interfere with other ores. I don't know why it's so anal about it, but sometimes you'll end up having like half of a patch moved, and then it can be kind of easy-ish to do it line by line if you wanted to try to like line it up perfectly, except that it doesn't really center well. It's a little bit finicky, but it doesn't matter. Like that, yeah. This mod will allow us to do some kind of busted things to demonstrate. Right now, if we use the binding patch planner on sparse and on electric binding drills and on medium electric poles, and we have all of this stuff set up, and I go like this, and then I go like this, like that's really fast and easy and convenient and all that, right? The problem is that it overloads the belts. This ends up doing 198 copper ore per second. Each individual segment is doing 46.8, which is more than the 30 that our belts could currently hold, considering that they have stacked output. However, if you were to use both mods in combination, even with really big patches, you can do something like this, where you ore mover the top half, then you use binding patch planner, cut this one in half, facing up. Wrong type of ore, I've got to test it on this. Well, anyway, this type of ore going up, and then put the belt there. Then you do it again, facing down. Boom, boom, done, done. Jobs are good. Jobs are good, and there's 198 copper ore per second over 1, 2, however many belts that is. 10 belts, just ram it into a warehouse, done. I'm okay with it being kind of overpowered. So. Anyway. Just wanted to introduce people to the mod. Be aware that it's there. There is a global, like, server-wide announcement whenever ore is moved, so it is true that you will... We're gonna actually use this one, because this is the post-chunk deletion. Earlier than you wanted to be awake? Sorry. 10:30, man. I used to wake up and stream by 9 usually. Allie, I get the impression then that bitumen seeps could actually be kind of cheesed, maybe? Let me see if I understand how bitumen seeps work. The bitumen seep has... That's not what I meant to do. This is where, like I said, it could be finicky, because now I can't click here. I've got to move it up here first. One more try. One more try. It's like 2 tiles to the right of that. There it is. So the bitumen seep. Bitumen seep has 1136. Is that the number of times you have to, like, provide it with resources? And then after it's done it that many times, then it cracks the natural gas derrick. And then you end up with a natural gas derrick. Or raw gas, rather. Like this thing. Which then just provides gas per second. Because if that's true, then... in theory... using... ore moving planner 1136... 1131, like, the more you move it, it, loses the required charges. Cheaty cheaty. Did I move again? No, I'm still staying in, with my... I live with my grandma. She's, 87 now. Pausing. Kind of looking out for her. Pancake's actually sleeping in the room today. He's been avoiding me for the winter. He's been staying upstairs a lot, trying to stay warm, I think. Yep, there's a balance setting we could consider for that mod as well. Like if we feel like it's too overpowered. Or moving tile cost. After this amount of tiles, 50% of the moved ore will be lost. Right now, this is the vanilla, like the default setting, 5,000 tiles. If it feels too cheaty or people are abusing it, then we can just multiply that by 10, and then suddenly you move a patch halfway across the base, and the whole patch just disappears. No, it's an option. Yeah, I miss Pancake when he was a little tiny kitten. He's such a dumb little goofy kitty. These days he's very much Grumpy Cat. He's like the spiritual successor to Grumpy Cat. I didn't do any testing with the ore moving mod in multiplayer, so I hope that it doesn't cause desync issues. I saw that Ashnet's just desynced already. Hopefully that 16 megabyte reduction in save file lets you connect a little bit easier though. Another thing that I think we should consider doing is spending some more time ripping up old builds that are not connected to the train grid. My stance is very strongly that if it's not connected to the train grid, it doesn't exist. Like, if the resources can't be accessed by trains, then why? We should get rid of them. Ming already deleted pretty much all of the bus on the bottom. But if we were to stack trace some of this production, if it doesn't actually get to the trains, then it shouldn't really exist anymore. Like this copper, using the belt visualizer mod, this copper runs from here over to there where there's more copper, up to here, over to here, and then it goes to there, and then it actually just dead ends because there's a missing bit of underground. And this part goes through all this and does some stuff and whatever, but like, I don't see a connection to the trains, do you? So... yeah, that's the alert that happens. I didn't do that, but that anytime anyone's moving ore, it'll do that. So bitumen seeps always become raw gas, right? Or do they become natural? Raw gas, 10 million occupied. So weird how raw doesn't show. Hmm. Yeah, if everyone wants words. If everyone words. If we want to spend the first few minutes today just sort of shuffling ores around and making it easier to actually access this stuff, like there's this big chromium deposit that we could move and actually tap it, put it to the resources. There's this huge patch beneath the trains that are pretty much completely inaccessible. I'm gonna move that one to right in the middle over here, I guess. Desync. Considering multiple people are using ore moving, wouldn't be surprised if that is related to the ore moving. I wonder if Omni Mover is not coded for multiplayer and multiple people using it at the same time is actually a problem. Actually, there's already a salt mine there. That's caravan. Caravans don't exist, we use trains. Bum. What type of fluid does this need? Just some sort of fuel, that's all. Sorry about the desyncs, everyone. Interesting. I'm actually finding that it works a lot easier instead of trying to like box select the placement. Just box select to select the ore and then single target click to place it. And then that centers the selection. Oh, that's already being mined. Whoops. We're just so lucky the way the ore spawns like exactly, you know, where it should be and never on the trains. Train tracks is perfect. Crazy, huh? So lucky. Much wow. Okay, well anyway, I'm good on that part for me. Buckmore did an incredible job aligning the train grid. Yeah, to spawn perfectly where there were no ores in the way. Truly. Truly a good job. Right, so, before the session started, I did add a small little bit of this processing, because I noticed that we were making all of our small electric poles. Where are they? Right here. 1,322 products finished versus 7. And I realized it's because this thing had the 3 electric pole set as its check on whether or not it should make more. Weird recipe did weird things. I fixed that, set this one's restriction to be higher than this one's, so we'll use treated wood over the other one since it is a better recipe, but that requires treated wood to be in the train grid, and it's not. So I brought creosote over. Now we don't have creosote connection because I can't get close enough. There we go. Treated wood is in the train grid? There wasn't any being delivered. To the requester chest up here. It says logistics storage 10. Oh, do you mean train grid but not logistic grid? That's maybe the issue. Is there treated wood in here? There's logs. Yeah, I don't actually see treated wood being delivered to the center. Let's attempt to just import treated wood. See if a train comes. I just added it to the requests, and yeah, we do have a train going to pick it up. Cool. Well, either way, if there ever isn't any, that one machine will at least function as a really big-ass bot mall thing. I also added this little thing just to, I don't know, satisfy the needs for some of the fluid stuff. I wanted to do the rest of these, but I got lazy. I'm not sure if lazy is the right term. I got distracted by something else. Alright, so yeah, like this resource, this is rare earth metals. I don't want that to be right here, I want to use that. Tuck that over here. Train. Almost got me. This uses rare earth mining drills. Pretty sure this does work with these, as long as you specify it. Do that, and then align right. Okay. But they have much slower mining speed. In this case, what are all these electric poles doing? It can't possibly be important, right? Load-bearing power pole? Possibly. So let's try this, but now let's try, like, compact. We end up with 7 point whatever, 15 plus. Works for me. Stuff that I want to not have. Don't want merged low yield belts. Actually, I do. Oh, also, hold on. Need to change over to medium electric poles. Try also super compact, see what that does. Oh, super compact only works with regular electric mining drill, so that won't work. Badge. Okay, this needs what type of fluid again? Naphtha. This is a train thinger. Train thinger. The official. Wrong. That's the official word for it. Train thinger. Bum ba bum. The fluid request over here. Crap, probably should have brought it in here. Okay. We have enough room in here? I think we do. Bum, bum, bum. Let's do rare earth ore, less than like 6k. Also, I want to set up a parameterized loader blueprint. Blueprints, Talkmore's blueprints, the recipe output blueprints. I need this math over here. Bum, bum, bum. One of these things gets the stack size. EN_S. Oh, I guess you never used stack size in this one, did you? Times num POI, okay. I think I understand. So let's do blueprints. Grab this. Parameterize. Word item. 6,000 is going to be... I want to take the parameter. Now is it a parameter? It's going to be a variable using the formula. Stack size of parameter n. So do I do P0? P0_S? Okay, so that's less than 50. That is the stack size. That did work. It remembered the green wire. Okay, next. We need to add variable. How can I add another variable? Actually, I don't need another variable. It's just that times 40. There. Now I don't have to do math anymore. No, 60. Needs to be 60. Now I can hopefully remove the warehouse. Paste down a parameterized loader, and then I just have to type it once. Doesn't matter what it is. It'll figure out what the... It'll set a filter on it. It will not wire it without the thing, but I need to be able to place them around it. If I then wire it, it will automatically have the same entity set and 60 stacks. That is a good blueprint. Putting it in game blueprints. So I should be able to just go... Boom, this was rare earth metals, and then boop, 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 done. Just know that it's going to be at the right number. Super easy, barely an inconvenience. Should have done that a long time ago. Parameterized stuff is really, really useful. Bum-ba-dum-bum. Why is my power not connected? Because it wants to be connected somewhere. Okay, and then we need to hook up to the naphtha, which is also not connected because the station's not ready. I also keep on forgetting that I have these niobium pipes, which could be used to make some things a lot prettier, assuming that they can connect with regular pipes. I see no reason why they can't. Except for the fact that they definitely can't. Cool. But like, look how far it can go. Almost far enough. Never mind, niobium pipes are stupid. Can't even... Well, it actually can clear the whole thing in one go. Alright, fine. Does anyone have experience using the niobium pipes? Can they, like, do I have to use niobium all the way here, or can I... It doesn't look like they want to connect. But I bet if I went through, like, a storage tank, it would be fine. Perhaps. Two stations with naphtha, one has 47k. Naphtha is not being made because... it is being made. I like the logic that was set up on these, JB. But I kind of wonder if we should have more overall storage before we end up dumping, because there's 14k naphtha that ended up getting dumped at some point, 13k at this one. Like, you only make like 75 naphtha a second. Losing 14k is kind of a lot. Train coming to pick that up now? No. Have I done something wrong? Request threshold 50k. We definitely have 50k. Nope, we don't. We still have 47k. 54,313, 54,013, like... Yeah, no, your logic's broken. Look. Look at the little green light. It's just venting all the naphtha. But it's not able to actually get enough to trigger a station delivery. Because it's stuck at 47k. Jawie, this was your stuff. Do you mind helping me figure out why it's broken? What should the math be? You've got two 30k tanks. I don't want to try to backseat what you did. I did have to replace two of your things with gas vents because you were trying to vent natural gas and raw gas, natural fine gas, and those don't go in sinkholes. But I don't think that changes anything. Feel free to improve it. Is that your way of saying figure it out yourself? I mean, can we just bump these numbers up to like 30? Like 29? Because you're only measuring one of the two tanks. Or what if we did this? What if we wired this together? No, don't vent that! No! Okay. Yeah, if we can hold 60k total in those two tanks, then why not set it to like 58k, 59k, and wire both tanks together. Or I guess, yeah, you don't need to. I think it accidentally dispatched a train, and then I avoided a bunch of it. Oh, I see. They're already using green? I get it, okay. Well, I think that the issue is the anything less than 25, because you're wanting to void too early. Like, this should be 29,000, I think. 2928 instead of... You want to leave it at 25 then? Just keep them all the same. Sorry, Miestra, I'm gonna wait on the beta. I was thinking I would try the beta, but I'd rather just play 1.1 when it comes out. I don't really want to beta test right now. It might be in a good state, but it also might not be, and I'd rather just play Factorio. Need titanium produced on the train grid. Okay. I fundamentally don't like them not having the same settings, so... This train's gonna chill here for a long time waiting for the full naphtha. I'm just gonna... tell it to go here. Unfortunately, it's taking it to the bees. It's not where I wanted it to go, so they're not gonna mine any rare earth. Well, I'll babysit it, make sure that it doesn't break. Is Princess back? Or, Ursel, I meant. Yeah, I broke it. This train's supposed to be filling up with natural gas, and instead it's got naphtha in it. Whoops. I didn't mean to. So what happened, Talkmore, is that the train got dispatched because I temporarily linked the 2 wires green in the 2 storage containers. I didn't realize that you had the green wire going off to the right. The train came over thinking there was enough naphtha, but there wasn't. And also in that exact moment that I linked the wires, it triggered the logic to pump a whole bunch more naphtha into the hole. So then the train arrived and there wasn't 50,000 to pick up. And I didn't want it to sit there for the next 20-30 minutes filling up because we only get like 75 naphtha per second. I told it to just go, and then it decided to... Yeah, it's broke. Sorry. Yeah, we disconnected the green wire. I didn't even realize that they were that this green wire was going to the right. I didn't see it. I thought that I could just link both tanks and then we could measure it to 60k, because, you know, that's why I asked Jay to fix it, not me, because it's like, I don't want to mess with someone's logic when they have a better working understanding of, like, what they did. Hey, did the guy that went over to deliver stuff to the bees do his job, or did he get confused? This train is also confused. That's the train that actually picked up the naphtha. Soon. Soon it'll be here. Now I just have to figure out... Boom. A special train. Give me the naphtha. Now, try to go home and pretend like I didn't mess with you and your logic. I'm sure everything will be fine. Maybe. Jesus. Jesus, Frogger. Alright, that is not rare earth metals. That one should have fluid, but this is wrong. Fixed. Fixed. Yeah, naphtha's needed for rare earth minerals? Rare earth, whatever it's called, but I don't know rare earth minerals, but I don't know how much we needed. I just know that I needed some to do this whole process. I needed rare earth concentrate, and I needed mixed ore. So I set up mixed ore production yesterday, right, somewhere. I forget where now at this point. But yeah, we have mixed ore production, and then we have a fair bit of rare earth mineral mining. No! What's with the desyncs? I don't like it. Well, at least the front half's turned on. I'm gonna go put another cup of coffee on. Feel free to unpause, talk more, or anyone else after they catch up. It doesn't show that he desynced again. Not in the log, at least for me right now, but... Perhaps we should rehost. If people keep on desyncing, let's rehost and maybe take a break from ore moving. I'm curious if the ore moving multiplayer code is not perfect. It might be the type of thing that I'll work on here and there, like before sessions or after sessions, rather than just have on all the time, because after dropping 16 megabytes from the game file and then also deleting lots of chunks and stuff, I feel like we should be having fewer desyncs, but we're having a fair bit. What did I delete to get rid of the 16? It was at the very beginning of the session. I had a mod turned on called chunk deletion tool. If you look like up here, notice how it deleted every single chunk that doesn't have a player entity in it. We had explored a lot looking for like natural gas mines and stuff, and I just deleted all those. Build belts are a lot of orders since every item on the belt is an order. Yeah, having construction robots only able to pick up one item is... actually, that brings up another topic. I was considering... We've had a general game plan of only connect stuff to the logistics network that's either a... Like this needs to be connected, the Cakalk, because otherwise the Cakalk can't get placed as a module into plantations. Same thing with the these guys, the Corlex and that kind of stuff. But looking at the bots and their movement now, we have 2,300 logistics robots that aren't working. All of the construction robots are, so there is maybe an argument for, say, like this far away, this far away, this far away, this far away, etc., like in all directions, setting up some buffer chests that have the logistics groups. So like if I did a buffer chest and then I put the logistics group, I made it, I forget what I called it. Oh, no, I just put the blueprints in blueprints. Required mats 4. Then we do this. And then we do this. Make it into a logistics group, and then we can say required materials for frame brick. Done. So if we just stuck a single buffer chest in each of the cardinal directions, or like at reasonable intervals, then what could happen is the logistics bots could handle taking the resources like from here to here. And then when a construction robot is working from way out here, it can come back to there and then back, instead of having to go all the way back every single time. Essentially, we can use the logistics bots as construction bots. We could theoretically even configure it so that the buffer chests themselves... You got a constant combinator that says constant combinator that has the group required materials for train brick, and it passes that signal to the buffer chest, which does not have it set, and then it sets requests based on the circuit network. And then the roboport tells the constant combinator robot statistics, available logistics bots, X. And then we ran this through like a decider that said if X is greater than, like, you know, 500 or something, like if there are 500 logistics bots not currently doing things, then bum bum. This needs power to be able to read, doesn't it? Bum bum bum. Alright, you should be saying X. Actually, X is just gone. That's the problem now. Let me guess, they're all on their way here. Or someone's doing a big job. But you see what I'm trying to figure out here, right? Someone? Chat? Anyone? Like, basically have the constant combinator hold the information. And the nice thing is that we can then adjust all of the sites dynamically if we decide that they're supplying too much. Maybe we will only want them to have, like, 20% of a train brick on hand. Instead of, you know, a full train brick worth of materials everywhere. Like, if X is greater than 50, then output the... the output of the input filter of the red. And then for right now, I just want to turn this to 0 to see if it's working. So this will pulse, asking for train supplies. Every time there are available robots. So if the logistics bots aren't working, then they're asked to come help. And if they are busy doing bot mall stuff, then... I don't know. Right now, there's 282 rail, 130 some electric poles coming here via logistics bots. It's not very far from the main thing, but like... Anyone want to provide feedback on this as a concept? I'm gonna go get my coffee. Ooh, I just had another thought. We could make it even more specific. We have total logistics bots and available logistics bots as variables. We could use a arithmetic combinator and reserve only, say, like 20% of the logistics bots, or some percent, doesn't need to be 20. So if we pass that through, and we look at signal X. Alright, I think we need to rehost. Signal. Let me just figure out this logic before I forget what I'm trying to do. The total number of robots. Just use a variable like, percent sign. Okay, so percent is the percentage of robots to be used in buffer chest supporting. So I need to first take the percent symbol's value divided by the total number of robots, which is y, and then output some other variable. Can I not use percent as a division, as a symbol? Is that actually not a thing? I don't think I can. Okay, 25%. Why is math confusing? Oh, I know what I need to do. I do 100 minus b. Invert it. I'm gonna take b times y, but not this b, this b. And that gets me 2088. 2088 should be total robots is 2784. 75%. Alright, so then that number A. That should do it. Right now there are 1,900 logistic spots available, and I'm saying reserve 25, like only allow 25% at most to help with supplying things. And I should just be able to now change this to, like, if I want 50-50. Now this is true, now the chest is requesting stuff. Boom, boom, boom. And yet, I don't think we actually have enough rail being produced in the main grid. 605 in storage. This one chest is requesting 1,100. There's only 280 here. Why are there 1,866, 60-some logistic spots doing nothing if this chest wants rail? And they exist and they're available. And there's 604 in storage. That makes no sense. Didn't that, like, instantly dispatch? One whole piece of rail being delivered? Don't get it. Ping? I don't remember how to do that. Oh, ping. Those don't count as being part of the logistic network. Yeah, so those are made, but they need to get sent. Are we not sending enough rail to the main grid? We're requesting 1 stack. We're at negative 32. There isn't a train bringing it. Okay, so we don't need to make it in the bot mall, but, like, maybe request more rail. Well, for right now, I'm gonna try this thing. Called it the Buffer Materials Extender. It, right now is configured to use 100% of logistics bots, but if there's a problem with it, then they can be dialed back. So I'm gonna try putting one, like, in a few places, and we'll see how it works. Like, we'll just start with, I don't know, one in the northwest, one in the southwest, one in the east. Alright, there's one here. There's one... here. And there's going to be one somewhere up here. Already lost it. Here. In theory, they will help the train grid to expand quicker if the logistics spots aren't busy, which they often aren't. That did not update this one, though. Alright, in theory that is now also going to request different groups. They can be turned off at will. This one doesn't need to be here anymore. We'll see. I don't know. Might help. Right, so, project that I could work on. Apparently, when I built this huge thing that makes iron and steel, I completely disregarded the fact that either we had the tech already, or it got unlocked later. Obviously, one of the two must be true, but, there's a whole thing with iron processing that does iron grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade iron ore dust, whatever, unslimed iron. Long story short, there's a better recipe for making the stuff. This one here. If we make unslimed iron and mix it with borax and oxygen, we can get much, much better conversion on iron resources into molten iron. Question is it really a problem? Do I need to do it right now? Would it be ideal? Yes, but do I need to? Or should I stay focused on the next science pack? I never did finish my build. Did you do new iron? No, I just talked about it, but no, I haven't done it at all. Schnates. Not sure what your name is. Are you an Ashnitz? Kind of sounds like Eschnitz. There's still 75 processed iron ore per second coming in from the northeast original build. Up here, this thing here. So if you want to take that and crush it somewhere and turn it into the slimed iron or whatever, then that would be awesome. Because then we can process it. And then rather than refitting my whole build that does iron and steel, wherever the hell it was, down here, what we can do is set it up so that there is a fluid request here that requests molten iron, and then do prioritization so that it feeds the molten iron from some other train brick into this molten iron pipe system first, and then these will turn off. Perhaps. Okay, we got power up there, we got power over here. Got power for these two. This station going too, if it's not powered. Need to fix that water. We've got our hydrogen chloride. Need to make a bunch of mixers. Are we not making mixers? I feel like we are. Should be making every entity. Mixer. We've made 235. It just goes slowly because there's just the one inserter. Let's upgrade that inserter. Interesting how it's waiting on a washer. There are washers, but it's choosing instead to move titanium plates and stuff. Like, why? Why not give it the first thing? The thing that it wants the most right now. Those requests are so high. I'm gonna manually cut these in half. Or like down by a third. Sorry, 2/3. One thing that's really annoying about stack inserters being 1x2 is that they don't upgrade in. Well. I'm gonna add this to over here. Those are above and beyond, like, the one per craft. Here's, like, we need help with this one. Oh look, intermetallics. Intermetallics are a problem, apparently. I'm surprised. Are you surprised? I'm surprised. Never happened before. Alright, we need a offshore plump. P4 plump. Boop. Water. Mixers. I can't make because I don't have stuff. Do I not have aluminum plate in my... Huh, we're out of aluminum plate. Yeah, I fixed the water. You are just waiting for Cassian mixture, which is waiting for at least one mixer. I think there's one on the way, a couple down here. Why aren't these running? There's no Corlex milk because I forgot to plug in the Corlex fluid inputs. Corlex milk should already be pathed up there though. Assuming that this... There's a train coming? Yeah, give me milk. Right, I was gonna rehost after the thing, but then it seems like, Alliel, you're not struggling anymore? Do we still need to consider rehost or no? Okay. While I'm here, let's put this resource patch in the center of a brick. Same thing with this one. Same thing with this one. Okay, I just need a lot of mixers. And I needed to connect these centrifugals across. I'm gonna do... I guess just leave it where it is. I don't want to deal with that. This is water. And the Cassian mixture 1 is this. Cassian pulp. Wait. Is that the right line? I think so. That's the output side. Yeah, that's the right line. That needs to go across though too. Cassian pulp stage 2 is going to connect. There. And also the next one. And that's where we make the casein. Gonna grab my loader blueprint. Loader blueprint. Casein. Casein? Yeah. Fire. Perfect. That needed a wire though too. That loader blueprint's really good. I like it. We're making casein. And that was it, I think. I can officially say I've finished the Cassian setup, aside from delivering mixers and centrifugal pans. I think everything's working. Products finished 3, products finished 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 3, 15. Got Corlex milk, got meat. Yeah. Appears to be working. I guess what I'll do, because I just want to complete this task in my head, I'm going to go back and I'm going to stand in the center of the buffer chest area and try to pocket craft what I assume is the remaining number of machines that are needed. I'll bring them out here. But I'm guessing we have no intermetallics. How much you want to bet if I look at the train brick that makes intermetallics, there's something wrong with it? Hey look, it's not working. Because there's no Vittelroy. There's no Vittelroy because now it's duralumin. It's been the zinc, it's been the nickel, it's been the antimony, it's been the... It's always something. Where do we make duralumin? Duralumin needs molten copper. Molten copper is usually imported. Molten copper inventory. We have one station with molten copper. It is here, and it has very little because so the only issue that I see here is that the molten copper export of this copper setup will only ever export molten copper if copper plates completely shuts down, because there's no segmentation between the molten copper pipes and the molten copper. Well, it is a one-way valve, but yeah, it might be a good idea to set up a two-pump split so that like 50% is exported, 50% is kept behind. If other bricks need copper to function. No sense in having all of the copper plates in the world and having no duralumin. We need a mixture of both. Use more recipes that use hot air? Are you saying we're overproducing hot air? And that's causing problems with coke generation? Interesting. This one's got logic on the last one. Halil? Cookie? 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 Are these all supposed to be wired together? That might be the issue. If you look at this fourth machine, the fourth machine has a green wire that disables if control behavior, it wants 4,000 copper plate. And then if there is copper plate, it shuts off just the last machine. I'm wondering if the intention was to have all four shut off. Still, I'm gonna set up a pump splitter just to guarantee it. I'm about 90% certain that this works. You don't have to have them like both touching the same pipe or anything, like it's because it's treated as one entity. It should be a 50% split between this pump and this pump. This pump forces fluid into there. And if by some chance we aren't exporting any copper, molten copper, then we don't need this one-way valve anymore. If it gets 97% full, then it can backfill and help out with copper plate making here. I think that this works. Bunch of places like that, which could be set to overflow, sorta. I've been saying that for days. That, like, pretty much all intermediates, like, whether it's a fluid intermediate, like, yeah, we're making, these bioreactors are making hydrogen chloride for the sake of some recipe, I assume. But, like, it's not, like, there's a tank right there that's not hooked up. Actually, it is hooked up. It's just that the pipes are upside down. Look, the bioreactors all output onto the top and the pipes are on the bottom. They were rotated wrong. Yeah, okay, so yeah, you did set it up then to do what I suggested, right? Or, I mean, it just makes sense, like, yeah, one-to-one systems are great, but usually when you make steel in Vanilla Factorio, you don't have a dedicated iron ore processing column that only makes iron plate for that steel. You have iron plate that gets made, and then that iron plate, if it needs to turn into steel, turns into steel, and if it doesn't need to turn into steel, it goes somewhere else. Same concept with fluids, same concept with every other intermediate in here. The only circumstance where I wouldn't do it is if, like, I double checked when I was doing my setup over here for science. I checked to see, like, is Cassian Pulp Stage 2 ever used for anything else? No. It's used to make Cassian, or biomass, or it can be voided in a sinkhole. And that's all it's ever used for, ever. So therefore, no reason to export it. But if it could potentially ever be used, oops, then it should be. So did that fix Duralumin? Does that mean we have intermetallics? Eventually? Okay, I'm heading back that way right now, Stat Stick, I'll check. I noticed that I messed up a couple of the poles. There was an unpowered inserter. Excuse me, train, I'm not done. Looking for picker dollies. Am I crazy? Under startup? Fuck's sake. Do we not have dollies? No, we do. Even. Bake. Even pick your dollies, okay. Allow moving entities in remote view, allow moving ghosts. But how come when I tried to picker dolly that one electric pole from across the planet, it took me into the test world instead? Oh, also, all these different surfaces do still exist. I'm hoping that one of us can figure out a console command to delete surfaces and get rid of all these. I think we need to just straight up delete them all. And require people to use the singular force test world. That way we can always know how much test world simulation's being done. Because not every player is using the test world, and also that's a lot of players that have joined that, you know, there's a number of names in there that I haven't seen in a little while. We could go through each one by one and check to see if they've purged the world, or like I could manually reset them with the button. Like here's a great example. Domo. I haven't seen Domo in a few days. He says, as Domo is online right now. But like Domo, your test world should probably be done in the main world so that if you are missing for a few days, we can... So what you do, right up here where it says Sandbox Shift B, change it from personal to force. And then the force test world is, this is the everyone. We all see the same one. Just like drop your stuff in here, and then work in here. Bum. You don't mind. Problem is that I'm moving between surfaces. While I'm in remote view. Here we go. Okay, and then someone had said, I think one of your fluid underground pipes was too long. Connect across the track. Get a train out of the way. Yep, right there, you're right. Also, I need water on both sides, so that's a thing. This contains the correct fluid, yes. Okay, do you have a little bit of each? You do, you do, you do. Alright. Now it's fixed. For real, for real. This is sick, by the way. It's a pretty ridiculous map, isn't it? Have you seen the size of the base? You're more than welcome to join just to walk around for a bit if you'd like. Or if you have any questions, feel free to just ask. Okay, I wanted to go back to the axe and then pocket craft the rest of this stuff. I want to get full Cassian production going. And then I wanted to work on science. Science. Yeah, science. How are we doing on the rest of this stuff? Glassware, I know we have. Mechanical parts, plastic bar, I just did Cassian. Good alien sample, I can't remember where that comes from, but I don't think it's that hard. It's just a bunch of stuff, including milk. I think I've seen solidified sarcoruses. I have no idea what Paragon is. Or zipper eggs. Another animal we gotta do. We've got tons of moss. We've got the arcad honey. Flavonoids is yadels and seaweed. We have flavonoids? No flavonoids made. Great. Need to make mixer Mark 1s and agitator Mark 1s. Wants melamine, melamine? I wonder if melamine is being delivered here. Probably not. It is. Feels like melamine production might be low. It's not a lot. Mixers. The one that looks like a yin-yang. Way too many symbols. Storage 80K. Made in here. This one. Bump up this one's limit to 10. I think I also want to do a full-on upgrade of the inserters. Hot mall. I don't want to go nuts, but some of them just need a little bit more help. Basically, I'm just looking in the tooltip where it says products finished, and if the products finished count is high, then I'm speeding up just those. Good enough for now. Still lacking intermetallics. As expected. Bum, bada, bum, bum, bada, bum. Alright, let's go build out whatever I can for now and see how close we got. Ursula back yet? I wonder how we're doing on that, Ursula usually plays in the evening, right? Maybe I need to go check on his arcade supply. His arcade thing. If I had to guess, it's not running. There's no queen. The queen got moved to this machine. And that machine has no animal module. Yeah, probably a good thing that I checked on it. We need arcade honey. Alright, I'm gonna go take care of that next. Wow, that's it? That's all that I managed to accrue? How freaking expensive are these things? Centrifugal pans, or centrifuge Mark 1 is not a centrifugal pan. Oh. I made a bunch of centrifuge Mark 1s. And they don't belong in a centrifuge? Centrifugal pan? That makes sense. Alright. We go to check on the arcade honey. Arcade queen thing, and then we go check on intermetallics again. Because apparently whatever we did with... Alright, we are making Vilroy. Finally. The Duralumin finally got delivered. Surely Duralumin's not that hard to make. Okay, I'm heading to here. Sorry to get, sorry the delay in the answer got nukes, but how does Pi compare to old school Bob's Angels runs? Which Angels would update? This is better, by far. It's very complicated, but not unfun. Okay, we're gonna grab the queen, put her back up top. Not really sure how she got in the bottom one in the first place. That shouldn't have been possible. But just in case, why don't we grab a single derp. I think this thing has not been running the entire time that we've played today. Uh-oh. Where did the queen go? I need even longer reach, man. They're setting for... like, for real, like, is there just a per player setting for long reach? I'll just make it longer, I don't care. I want to be able to touch stuff. Far reach. Nice. Totally fair. Balanced. Jumpinators. What the hell is this? This is, just one of those things. Alright, so what has happened? We've got a reverse belt here. Blocking the output. Smart. That would be something that I did apparently on accident. Happy little accidents. Where is the queen? I can't believe I've lost the queen again. Okay, she's still here. Alright, I'm trying to force this top machine to be the one that gets the stuff. I'm gonna grab all the arc heads out of these other machines. Force them into the first machine. Arc heads are just bees, by the way. Basically. Alright. Would really like another queen. How hard would it be to just force print another queen? That was done here. I thought. Maybe not. I'm gonna actually use a real combinator here. We want arcades greater than 20 to be true, and we want signal W for working. And we want... I guess we don't need that one. We want a good arcade supply, and we want to know that the machine's working. If that's true, output green check. This needs to change to green check must be true. What I'm trying to set up, walk you through the logic, is this belt segment turns off whenever it's... This is the primary reproductive complex. If we have one queen, this will be the building that always has that queen. And the way I force that is that this one unloads here, this one unloads here, this is feeding it back in. This bottom machine doesn't get access to the queen supply until here. So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 queen. But we stop the belt that allows archads through if there isn't a supply of archads for the queen to eat, apparently. She just sort of eats them, I don't know. Okay, this is where we can theoretically force print an extra queen. We need bee DNA samples. Which is generic with an archat. Yeah, that's not hard to do. The cDNA was something that I was automating to make the derps, but I don't think I fully automated this. We're missing retrovirus. Do we have hot air nearby? Creosote there. Bunch of stuff that's not hot air. No fucking hot air. Really? Can't believe there's no hot air. Okay, we're gonna build this up here and request hot air here. Alright, train's already coming, bringing hot air. That hot air... we will hook in... might as well give that machine hot air, why not? That might actually get made, you never know. Okay, I'm working on this, it's still making queen. Still making stuff. Wonder how many times, let's do some quick math. How many times have we murdered archads and not gotten a queen? These machines here take an archad nest and have a 1% chance to make a queen. Each archad nest requires 5 maggots. This has worked 56 times, 15 times, 14 times, 14 times, 11 times. 20. 43-ish, 50 something, plus another 50, like 130, 140 times, and we've not succeeded. So unlucky. Actually not that unlucky, but still. Yeah, that belt should shut down and never turn on now. Until this thing gets more supply. If I can scrounge together some more, I'm going to. You know what? I also want to change over this logic that's sending 50% toward trying to make new queens, and I think it should be more like 25%. So, off the top of my head, the way we do that is splitter here again. I don't know if that is a good idea or not, but that's what I think I want to try for right now. Setting up a burner for all the steam engines? Like, you just want to set them all on fire because we built too many? Yeah, I hear ya. Look at me, I'm a beekeeper. Whoops. Not what I meant to do. This is just such a large build. And again, whenever Purcell shows up, or if he's here right now, I hope that, again, it's clear that I'm not judging the build, I'm just trying to make it work and noting the issues that it has. It's not about anything other than that. I want bees. I like to play with bees. We're sending so many of the nests forward into machines that don't have archads, and the reason that we don't have archads for all the machines is because we didn't prioritize the breeding of maggots enough. Alright, so that's like a bunch of nests. Where are they? 36 nests. Actually, having another queen wouldn't even really help that much right now. Alright, I have to figure out where in the hell the archads are getting picked up and turned into modules. Because until we have more of them, they need to just stop doing that. Somewhere there is a logistics chest. Gotta be related to this. Here. If maggots greater than 60. Add to. And we're measuring that from green wire. There are not enough caged rocks. Our rock supply appears to be missing. Why are there brains in there? I'm almost certain that we have plenty of rocks. This is where we're just like murdering them all? Not that one. Here. Got a warehouse full of them, but they're not getting caged. I'm guessing this is a closed supply, closed loop. Because there's too much crap on the belts, we can't get the cages back out. Ugh. Who did that? Completely uncapped, unfiltered income into a box? That's no good. You gotta filter it first and then filter by lane. Or something, like... We have no Vrox to feed the, So somewhere, somehow, Purcell set up way over here, delivery of Vrox. And there's no delivery of Vrox because the Vrock production appears to be shut down, because the Vrock butchery is shut down, because there's too much stuff in the box. Look at here. Okay, so we don't have a shortage of rocks. Then why are there no rocks? Purcell's setup is making me upset. Oh, I think I see now. He's got one caravan, dude. Tell me I'm still carrying caravan Barts. I'm not. Damn it. He's tasked one person with 4 jobs. Go to this outpost, get this animal, dump this animal off here. Then go to this outpost and get rocks, bring them here. But it's just one beast. So if he gets stuck doing one job, both jobs fail. Therefore, no rocks. I'm just going to import rocks with a train. Bringing me dead and or bringing me rocks. Good. I doubt I have landfill, do I? God. Alright, this is turned into a mess. Purcell! By yourself. Should always require the tiniest bit of landfill so that I can actually ensure that I don't have that problem again. Here comes the Vrox. Arcade honeycomb. He's supposed to... Ugh. Okay. I don't know what he was working on, but he was he's getting tired. He's got the arcade honeycomb feeding into the barrel machine instead of the... this thing. Wait, there's a queen in here. Wait, does that mean we got a second queen? Ah, 2 queens? 2 queens! Oh my god. That's gonna mean so many more maggots. The insurance queen. Okay, I need more... rocks. Or arcades, whatever they're called. Alright, now that we have 2 queens, I want to set up logic for the second machine. That means that it's going to put the queen, both queens in the top one. Do you want to output your queen here? So the queen goes out, goes there, and then this stops. Same logic. It'll still try to force the new arcades into the first machine first. Speaking of which, I see a whole bunch of arcades on a belt, and they can't get forward because it's all honeycomb here. Shouldn't the arcades in the honeycomb be on different sides of the belt? Okay, empty barrels are sent that way. Not empty barrels are sent up here, but then they're not filtered and sorted. Okay, so we're gonna do... well, that's the belt. That's where the queen wants to go, too. Why should the queen ever leave this area, is my question. There's no reason the queen should ever leave, right? And again, you do want a way to inject them. Okay, well honeycomb is not used here, so I'm gonna just do it this way. We're gonna filter honeycomb off. I can spell the word honey. That is not what it's called. It's called used comb. We'll have the used comb go up and over the whole setup. And then this is where, yeah, he just did the filter in the wrong spot. Let's purge this center line of the used comb so that the logic here can't break. We have 3 queens. I think. Nah, I think I was just running on top of the belt when it wanted. So personally, I would put the module arcade injection thing behind the first 2 buildings. So as long as the first 2 are making maggots, then we can, yes, populate the rest of the machines with arcades. So I would just put the logistics thing over here, not, like, somewhere else. This is the most important part. It has to make sure... no, you can't do that, Julio. The problem is that this machine wants to hold a queen and 2 extra queens for the next 2 crafts, so if we have 2 queens, it'll put both queens in the top machine. That's why I moved it to the right, so that it cycles its own queen over and over. You can, here, just observe the behavior. See how there's 2 in the top machine already? That'll still break. The top machine can still demand 2. You'd have to put logic on the inserter to only let it put 1 in. Or just leave it the way I had it. See how that one is just chilling there and the bottom machine's not working because it doesn't have a queen? And it just did it again. Right, but that's a totally different problem. Here. Let me... if you run a green wire into your inserter, and then you enable... disable when... W... is at less than 1. That should keep them separated. Nope. No, when W equals 1. Boom. Yeah. It's supposed to be... Okay, so he had it set up so that it was used comb, and then the arcades and the queens were on half of a belt. I moved it so that the used comb goes around. So one side should just be the near output of queens. So you've got queens on the bottom, regular arcades on the top. But I think that the way that you're trying to solve this is just so much more complicated than what I already had. Like, just having this one put out here and then bring that same queen back into this machine every time works better at keeping them separated, because they keep on wanting to end up in the same machine. And there's no reason to put 10 queens into this first box. Yeah. I gave you half. I did. I gave you half. I don't understand what you're trying to do right now. Like, this part wasn't broken. I was ready to move on, and now now I don't feel like I can move on because it's not working again. Neither machine is working. Like, I don't get it. I'm confused. Something has happened and the queens are missing. I refuse to believe that we just had two 99.9%, like 0.1% chances at failure and both queens died. So where are they? Alright, there's one in the bottom machine at least. Julio, I don't think you yet understand the problem with the setup that you're making, and it's that when any entity, if I put any entity wants to do a job, it will want 1 times the required ingredients and 2 more extra copies. So if you have them both share from the same source of queens, the top machine will do it. Look, the top machine has both queens. Meaning the bottom machine can't work. That's the problem. That wasn't a problem, that you've made a problem. Now they're both in the top machine. Now they're both in the bottom machine. Alright, I'm walking away. Well, no, it's kind of generally rude to show up and demand people notice you. So, as far as I'm concerned, Nightbot did the right thing. Do we have glassware? We do have a provider station of glassware, but it is not provided to the network train grid because we probably don't request it. Requesting half a stack of glassware is kind of a lot, but automation science packs. Dumb problem to have. You know what? Screw it. Just request some frickin' science pack ones. Like, why? Why? Being annoying. Seaweed Mark II? Nice. Okay, do we have automation packs coming? There should be plenty. Oh my gosh, a shipment of intermetallics. Nice. That does not appear to be automation packs. What's wrong with automation pack production? Only 1.6k in there? My build, it's broken. Because there's no native flora? Because, let me guess, some dummy didn't actually import native flora? Yeah. That some dummy was me. No, train! Oof, that almost got me. Alright, that should fix that issue. Assuming we actually have enough trains worth of native flora to deliver. Yep, there's a lack of egg production because the two queens don't get enough access to arcades. And I removed the system that was adding... Well, I didn't remove it, but this thing injecting arcades, see how there's arcades on a belt there? Like, it shouldn't be adding arcade modules to things until, like... The same thing with the Corlex. We didn't start letting the Corlex go off and become modules until we had enough adequate Corlex breeding. Breeding comes first. I think you should take one of the queens over here. This one's set to loop the same queen in on itself. And it has its own dedicated, like, arcade reserve. Only problem is that it doesn't actually make enough arcades to support it. Like, it needs 2 apiary hydrocarbon plant Mark 1s with full modules running non-stop in order to make about 0.18 arcades per second. This one's 0.23 arcades per second. Did I know that almost every every mammal needs roughly the same amount of time to pee, regardless of its size? I did not know that. I wonder why. I wonder if it's just like a evolutionary thing. That is a lot of empty honeycomb. Dude, I think it turned me around. Looks like you brought both queens over. At least by keeping the two queens separate, we don't have to worry about the inserters doing whatever right now. This one with two archives actually wants 0.35. You need roughly 4 apiary hydrocarbons running non-stop. Is this machine only feeding maggots to this single arcad nest? Yes. And it needs to be feeding them to the 3 hive-making things, too. a mess. Did you grab the queen again, Jaleo, or did it die? There's no queen in this left setup anymore. Nope, both queens are in the right. There's no reason to have both queens in one place. Doesn't do anything. Well, they were both in the right setup again. Well, back to the test world. Figure out science. Maybe I start working on Zipiers. Zipier eggs come from a Zipier. End of the bus, old malls where we had some plasmids. They are lacking incubated petri dishes because incubated petri dishes are let's come from over here. Made 100 products and then probably just never made another one again. There's no Corlex food. Because there's no Caculc seeds. No Caculc seeds because these stopped working, which stops letting the Caculc through. I see. I created an overflow for the Caculc because we needed the Caculc to feed to some animal. And that broke Caculc seed production because what's the easiest way to fix this? If there weren't too much Caculc, then the problem wouldn't be a problem. So I will just create... I will import Caculc to here as well. Of all things, I don't have any ash. well, why don't we just make some real quick? Because I'm lazy and I don't want to run home. Ah, that's what's happening. At this point, it might be faster just to go home or wait for the dumb robots to get here in 20 years. This does not consume very much, though, is the problem. What a jank setup. All that time spent messing around with bees is making me play weird and bad. Really bee setup. Does that automatically get the cacao plantations working? Yes. And did they make too much cacao? Is that too many seeds? Not even close. Oh, there's no way that this belt should ever be overloaded. Only backed up because it was shut off for such a long time. That should have both plantations working, right? No, only the plantation that got a delivery. Hmm. I'm gonna need to change this logic somehow. Maybe a decider combinator to check the supply in the warehouse. Now I'm just gonna turn this disable thing off. Collect these seeds. Got too many things going into it. $6K with items that stack to 100. That loader is not blocked. That loader's not blocked. These two ash loaders aren't blocked. 30K gravel. Uncapped stone input. Yeah, it's the 37,000 ash that's causing the problem. The ash should be being exported. Crap, turn me around. Wish it would wait at the target a little bit longer. It only gives you 5 seconds to get off before it turns you around. Where did we consume ash? And why is it not importing? Oh, yeah, you're right. A train is 40K, you're right. So it can't quite get to 40K. Yeah, you gotta... just jump out of a moving train, it'll be fine. I gotta finish the logic on this Caculc seed issue. Bum, 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 bum. If they're both working, or if... Or if... W equals 2, or the calc applies greater than like 20. Then output green check, the value of 1. Pass the green check to here, you check for green check now. So if we get backed up on calc supply, then just forward the seeds anyway. I think that that works just fine. There's an extra piece there. Alright. Okay, back to that other problem, now that I've finished my logic on the calc. I think I got way far behind your conversations, now I've lost sight of where that problem was, but... that seems like a situation where you either gotta limit the total number of possible inputs, or do the blueprint that I put in the game blueprints file, called Incinerate Overflow. Just throw an Incinerate Overflow thing into the build that'll just burn shit. Anything. It can burn ash, it can burn everything. If there's a product that is overflowing that's causing other products to be unproducible, then set it all on fire. With prioritization towards the warehouse. We don't want to set stuff on fire, but... Okay, I tried importing automation science packs. Does that mean we have... This thing needs to make stuff. I doubt we've got Zogna bacteria. Zogna bacteria comes from petri dishes. It is a place that makes some, but they are not working. Freaking plasmids right here. Suddenly there are 11 trains dispatched because I changed that setting. I'm just trying to get it to drop off some plasmids. Temporarily. I hope that changing it back to 20 now doesn't break it for future trains. Shouldn't, in theory. I'm just wanting 1,000 plasmids from here. Actually, not even that far away. Need plasmids to make cDNA. I need cDNA to make... How many bDNA samples have we made? You are supposed to be making zip ears now. Wanted station DNA. Did the train thing seem to break? Like, no. Request. Science pack. I'm actually going to request the science packs back here because they're used for bio crap. But it's only going to be like 10 stacks. Like the plasmids never got delivered though, or are they just being delivered slowly? There are none available. Stupid plasmids. Watch out for the train. Why are we doing moss 1? Oh, that's seaweed, never mind. We have seaweed 2 though. Heck, we have... Yeah, we have seaweed 2. It's 250% more seaweed output to use seaweed 2. This whole station could be a lot better if it used a better recipe. Okay, we are making a crustacean DNA sample. I need one crustacean Z DNA sample, and I need multiple zipper codexes. Hey, in a few minutes we'll have our first zipper. Phosphoric acid. Cool. Alright, I need to stretch my legs and get some water or something. Be right back. But I guess I'm gonna work on zippers now. Had I known that we'd be doing animals like over and over and over again, I would have paid more attention to this initial, like, what did I call it? The bio experimentation area, in order to ensure that we're good. Mixed ores has no rare earth ore. Probably just import mixed ores to Ingrid. Because I know that that is a thing. Almost done. Well, this part, the crustacean DNA is almost done. The zipper is going to take, 15 minutes probably. I don't know if I can do wildcard symbols in this part. That might be only for trains. Trying to make it show what the icon is, like what the entity is. Nah, it says schedule interrupt specifically there. I don't think that'll work. Damn. Also, they're not called animals, they're called critters, obviously. Okay, this guy did not get delivered. We're officially working on the dude. Whoa, that's going a lot faster than I expected. That's not gonna take 15 minutes. What are we gonna do with this here zipper? The zipper is used in destroying it. Once we have at least one zipper, we can use a Artificial reef. I need to get the zipper eggs though. %, zipper, 80% zipper. Huh. Okay, he's done. Let's cancel that so that it doesn't make more. Need to get some zipper eggs. I think we have water. Pressurized water. Fish. Stone wool. Had steam. Okay, that's gonna make the... Got our fish, got our that. Need phytoplankton. E. Just wants water. And tin grade 1. Oh, got any more of that Coke? I think it's probably have a faster inserter. Okay, just need some tin grade 1. There's 20 on the way. The wastewater. Run down here, I guess, into a sinkhole. Phytoplankton, please. Kinda lagging a bit. No, Hulk! Need access to the pressurized water. And then the zipper eggs. We're officially making zipper eggs. This is gonna make 4x zipper eggs guaranteed. No. 3 to 5. This guy needs 3 minimum, and we have an 80% chance of making a zipper. I'll have to move the module. This one's still working without a... Yeah, I was gonna say, it should turn off, but... 80% chance to get another zipper, and it's gonna take forever. How did the bee situation get resolved, Julio? Did you stay working on it, or did it just sort of break again? Making maggots, making maggots. What about the third? Do we have a third queen now? We do. We have a third queen that's not working. That one's off, but the first two are running. And the problem that I told you was definitely a problem is still a problem. Both queens are in this bottom one and not on the top. I'm gonna grab my coffee. Be right back. Sometimes it doesn't work, or sometimes it doesn't happen, but it's pretty common. Yeah, I understand. It's just, again, the problem was already solved. Like, I had it set up so that this one would output here and then pick back up from there. This one would pick up from a little bit lower down and pick back up from the tile after, like... The way I had it set up was completely... It was completely an impossibility for both queens to end up in one machine. At least both queens that were currently in the machines. If a new queen got spawned, it would possibly happen. Now, what should be done... I haven't... I could probably solve it. This is only 30% done. Here, let me move my... sound. Did I delete the sound thing? Oh, wait, no. Right here. Right now I'm going to turn off all these requests so that the robots will take that next one if it does make one, and they'll put it into this one specifically so that this thing can keep making eggs. But I gotta remember to tell them to put more in later. But I have an idea to solve the issue with these stupid bees. I need one extra combinator for both sides. And the reason why it keeps happening right now, as far as I can understand it, we've got an OR condition that says you're allowed to work when either there aren't enough arcads in there or there's no queen in there. But there's no filter on the inserter, so it can grab either. So if there are no arcads in there, and there are no arcads to grab, there's nothing stopping it from just grabbing the second queen. What I'm going to do instead is have a decider combinator for each type. This one will be, if arcads is less than 10, send a signal of arcad. Grab an arcad. And then the second combinator will say, if queens does not equal 1, send the queen signal. And then this will require, it'll have a filter, so that it literally will not be allowed to move anything out of that box unless one of the two is true. We're gonna say, get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. Arcads is less than 10, output arcad. If queen is less than 1, output queen. Now, instead of having enable disable, you have set filters. We connect this wire here. If it doesn't have enough arcads, it has filters to pick up both. Could still theoretically happen, though. Alright, so right now, top queen has queen in the top one, no queen in the bottom one. Yeah, I think that works now. We should also include crafting. Oh, you're still wanting a queen. Oh, it's because it's less than or equal to 1. I guess she's still better off over here. Create the first Yadles. Create the first zipper egg. I'm not hearing a sound effect. Did the thing not finish yet? Really? 83%? Alright, I think that that's fixed now. They should only ever put one in. Yeah. I just need to make sure that enough are getting bred. Something silly is probably going on with the nests. Nests getting past the point where they can actually be grown is really annoying. Balance it out. Turn on. Make arcades. Not quite enough to get them all turned on. Don't I have on balance inventories? I do. Just don't have enough total supply. Okay. Did we do a thing? It did complete the job. Are we making more eggs? Yes. Good, it worked as intended. Technically, I could move the Zippier into the other one. But it's fast enough. I don't think it matters. Okay, now that there's one in there, let's tell that one to not be there, and then tell the rest of these to be here. We're gonna want to breed more than just one artificial reef worth of zipper growth. I'm sure the math is the same as what I found with the Corlex, I had to guess. If we had... That one has 10. This is 9, so add one more. Rate calc. This makes 37.4 per hour. This makes 20.53. It's just like 50% more overall production to use more buildings with fewer modules based on how math. Uh-oh, where's the queen? The logic didn't break, but the queen's missing. I think she may have actually died. Back down to 2. That or it's just a false positive because I claimed that it was fixed. So obviously it's got to prove me wrong. I just realized something. You know what we could do? For the sake of... there's not quite enough space. Yeah. Yeah, I want a nice healthy reserve for the first 2 hives. I'd rather there be a big reserve of them here than me have to constantly go through every machine and try to find where all the damn arcades end up. And then before the arcades go on to the next machines, honestly, right here is where the logic should be to determine if we're adding them as modules. So until we get up to 70 supply, this box will hold them all for the 2 first things. Once we get to 70, we'll start slowly introducing a couple into the box so that they can get placed as modules. And then if it ever gets above 80, that means that all of the modules have been filled in. The only circumstance I can imagine where I wouldn't want it to be this way is if we somehow ended up with more than 3 queens. Like, sorry, more than 2 queens. In which case I'd want to get these online first, versus populating all the module slots. So, let's create a little alert. If the queen supply exceeds 2, which can only happen if there's a minimum of 3, then show alert. So it'll pulse, like if we somehow get a queen out of the 25% of arcades that are getting murdered to try to make arcade queens, then a third queen comes along, it'll go in the box will then tell us. And I see you've got it set to 4, but like, until we have a third queen, there's no reason to, that I can think of, to try to pass the arcades through to these machines and have these hold them for no reason. Alright, how's the zippier growth going? Working on another zippier. We're out of phytoplankton. There's no tin grade 1 being delivered. Okay, I just need to deliver train full to the mall. Oof, that almost ran me over. I do not like how the first half gets all of the frickin' arcade nests, and then the back half doesn't run. Like, it'd be better if it didn't do it that way. Grade 1's on the way. Let's request a little bit of a better buffer to make sure these don't stop. Almost done with this next craft, and there's plenty of eggs. Grab this guy out of here for now. Speed this up. Should have started this whole thing over here instead of trying to cram it in. That way I could keep expanding west with each new animal. But I'm the dumb. No, sulfuric acid was only made here for making the first bee, I think. There's like only 5,000 of it. It's made from acid gas and water. So you can make it anywhere. Just import acid gas. Which I think we actually have a supply of. Yeah, there's one station that can provide 50,000 acid gas. Yeah, the acid gas is related to the bee farm, the arcads. I don't know how reliable the acid gas will be. This looks full. There's 40,000 acid gas that was delivered when I tried to make the sulfuric acid, so let me add a few more machines that make sulfuric acid directly, since it's just water and acid gas and it's already here. And I'll export it. Alright, I'm gonna make... I mean, how much sulfuric acid do you need? This will make, right now... 75 sulfuric acid per second. Oh. Well, that's brilliant. Well, I'm still gonna hook up sulfuric acid since I built it. It's fine. There's, probably a open container somewhere. Or not. There's one. Straight below the syngas. Lovely. Ba-bum, ba-bum, bum, bum. Bum bum bum. Well, Probably gonna need a pump. Woof! Close. Apparently the connection got broken somewhere. Here. And apparently here as well. Okay, now we can expand it maybe. Shoot, looks like my robots went and tried to add it to something. This thing needs... This thing is the one that wants this phytoplankton. Well, these make more than I expected. But that one doesn't have a thing in it, that's why. When it's got a thing in it, it does need 2 machines. And when it has a third thing in it... It wants 1.67, which is actually more than 2 can support. Seems like we are low on fish. Probably because fish are not naturally brought to the mall. The train mall. All this time spent breeding animals is not what I expected from this mod. A big, big part of Pyanodons, apparently. Mostly these that I want to make more of. I guess I don't really need that, actually. Oh, yep, basically doing lobsters. I guess that's what a zip ear is. I want to fix that one caravan that Purcell set up. I think it's probably still broken. Yep. Oh, nope, someone removed his extra instruction. He's now only doing that. Did they add a new? No. Okay. I'm gonna add a new caravan that does that job then. I don't remember where he was doing stuff, but it was a separate haul job. It was supposed to feed this thing. I think it was picking up rocks. It's supposed to be getting removed? I know, I'm just trying to maintain Purcell's system. Of course, wait, didn't I set up delivery of rocks via train? Okay. Yeah, in that case, never mind. They're getting removed next patch. Not sure how this damn thing got 14 arcades in its inventory again. They must be, like, birthing a whole bunch of bees, also known as arcades, like all at once, and then it, like, really overflows the shed, and then it pushes them through, or something. Yeah, but the way it's set up, Julio, they shouldn't be getting access to the belt at all. This is the only belt that provides them with arcades. So at some point, this logic had to trigger. This actually had to exceed 80 in the box. Otherwise, how did these get here? Unless I'm missing something and they have some other input, which I don't think they do. Shouldn't be possible. I'm guessing that when I spread all of the nests out and balanced it, they all triggered at once and overfilled it. But every time I've looked over, these two things are both running now. So, fixed. Sad that our third queen died, though. There's 4 nests on the end of that splitter. I'll get them back eventually. See, like, this is what I wanted to avoid. Yeah, both of them are not running right now, and yet there are 14 in the next machine, 14 in the third machine, 14 in the fourth machine, 14 in the fifth, sixth, seventh. There's so many. There's like 70 arcades in those machines that are never going to have a queen. It seems like this is the first segment that Percival made, where he was like just trying to figure out arcades, and then he built this one better. I don't think that this one's meant to continue to exist over here for any reason. Unless it's supposed to be some sort of kickstart fallback setup. There are no cages because the caged rocks are full. Okay, no, that's fine. There's also no arcade honeycomb because this one has very few arcades. I'm gonna focus on zip ears. Oh, also there was already an output chest. No, allele. F. There are two recipes to make these things. This one has an 80% chance, takes 140 seconds. This has a 150 seconds. Is this? I'm not sure why we have two recipes already. Confuses me. Come on, 80% of the time, it works every time. Give crayfish. Son of a bitch. It failed. Damn it. I think I missed the requester chest part here. We shift this over by 2. Cross connect the well, the wastewater can go out. It can go out here. Wastewater wants to connect here. Then I want to move the requester chests. And make them shared. Here to have plenty of zipper eggs. This basic substrate crap. Where does that come from? Ah, there's 2,000 available on the network, so whatever. Let's request a little bit more. I need to make more stone wool, though. I highly doubt we have stone being brought in. No, we do. Just not being made available logistically because some reason. Let's request a bunch more, and that should kick it out of the deposits. That or the logic that's supposed to kick them out is not working. I think I see. We request too much stuff. We want too much stuff, so the logic that's reducing the requests to a sane amount coming from here. Interesting. According to this, it's saying we don't request stone, but I am requesting stone. Okay, 1 minus 1 is 0, because we have at least a little bit of stone. I feel like this has been working for days, so I'm kind of confused. 33. So the logistic network wants a certain amount. We have 33. I'm flattening it first. Oh, why came in top left? Sorry, I moved myself to show something in the bottom right corner. I forgot I was up there. So the problem with my setup is that this logic is checking what do we need but don't have any of, and if we don't have any of it, then kick it out of the warehouses. What I wanted to say is check what we need, and if we don't have enough, then kick it out. Shouldn't I just change this to input count? And that should just work. Yeah, now it's kicking out stone. And rail. And all the stuff. Yeah, I was just been wrong this whole time, apparently. Look at how fast it's knocking out rail. Apparently we need signals like crazy. I'm guessing that we do not make signals elsewhere. Oh, we need to make them here. I think we request send cable. Yeah. The only problem is that I didn't do the logic to kick out of this box because I didn't have space. Alright, so... Those should be getting forced all the way down, and then if we need them, they get kicked out of this final warehouse, which is true. Is it not? No, they're getting stuck in between as intermediates, and this logic is it's not doing it. I want to add the green from here to the green here. Nah, that's dumb. This whole auto build thing is quickly losing potential value. The issue is I need to, it's designed to keep them as intermediates because it's their purpose, right? Chains. All we need to do is just add more things inside the train station that make rail signal. That or speed up the inserters. Where... Confusing. If we need that many rail signals, why aren't the construction robots building them? We're requesting 5,000 rail. Requesting 5,000 rail because of the buffer chest that I set up. Although, I'm kind of curious how those are doing now. See if I can remember where the hell I put them. It's got some crap in it. That is a girthy base. That's one way to put it. I think this might be the longest that I've played a single save. Maybe not. We're on day 1293. We're at 150 hours of playtime. I had meant to change the setting for player not to-do list. There's that's UI. I want single line. Like it better when it's like that, actually. Hey, well, my lobsters are lobstering. I need to make more stone wool. Not enough coke. Inserter needs to go faster. Because of the stone. You're making 0.25 a second. Each one of these guys wants very, very, very little, so it should be fine for now. Give me your those. They're all my lobsters. This one's got 3 in it. That one's got 2 in it. The lobsters are lobstering. Now we kill the lobsters. No, no, never, not yet. Let's see if I can increase this even further. Because it's definitely better to do many weaker reefs than one powerful one, as we've observed. I think instead of using this belt at all, I'm gonna just let them put it into the chest and have the robots deliver. We're already requesting eggs here. This got rotated wrong. Did it? No. You need the water connection through. Wastewater. Give me one lobster. Yeah, we got our wastewater return line for all of the machines. Not sure what's going on with the side. They don't really need. Weird how they have, sometimes they have like two wastewater outs for some reason. It makes the lobsters. Yeah, they have an 80% chance with our current level. Not really sure why it's different than other types of thing, but that's what it is. This area is much better, much easier to expand. Looks like I broke the water connection though. Water needs to come in over here. At this point, I think I'm gonna prevent this one from running again. Almost done. That one. Okay. This guy can go into here. You get to live in there. How many? On a ratio, it's going to be difficult. Because this is going to move as they get more and more modules in them. That one's got 2. You know, this is a pretty good number of lobsters, but you know, it'd be better as more lobsters. Heard you liked lobsters, so I put some lobsters in the lobsters. The lobsters. More of them. Okay, pressurized air is going to need to run up. Got water coming up from the bottom. Pressurized air going through there. Wastewater going through. All of the others. Good, good. Done, done. You, get out of there. Go in here. Got this one too. How do we not have power? What? Okay, getting close to the maximum amount of lobster tanks I can do off one reproductive complex. I'll need to add another one, most likely. I'm just a lobster farmer. I don't know what to tell you. This is apparently what I do in this game now. Just set up lobsters and then watch them make lobsters. Yeah, we have not talked about turds in a while. There's a bunch of them, I think. We have 5 unselected turds. That's not good. There's so much, like, mental effort to even consider. Okay, we have seaweed, right? We're using seaweed for stuff. Like, that one we should pick. The Ziphoi upgrade. That doesn't sound like a lobster. The Ziphoi. How come there's no lobster upgrade? Also known as a Zipier. The Zipier upgrade requires PySci-Pack 4. 500 of them. But you need Zipiers to do PySci-Pack 4. So I guess we can't. We just can't. It would be really nice if base game Factorio had some better logic about, like... I mean, I can see why you don't need it in the base game, but... they should really put 1 in first, if it's required to run. Or realistically, what I should do is... I don't know if I can copy paste on top of one that's already running without breaking it. So I'll just do it manually. Whatever, I got time. I should force it to only use 1. And then have them put them in a box and have the box tethered to an alarm. And when that alarm goes off, I'll come through and add the second lobster to each tank. And I can do that globally. So I'm making mountains out of molehills. I could also just ignore it and walk away. And it would be fine. We'll do you. Where is it? Crying out loud. If the quantity of basic Zapier, this one, greater than 1, say greater than 2, but it doesn't. No, greater than 1. It means it has to have 2. Then we'll do stuff with Zapiers. See, this way they're automatically doing it. Oop. Perfect. Except that I've got to force the eggs to go to where they're supposed to be. I mean, I don't have to, but I probably should. Also, we're gonna need another Zapier module to help this one make eggs faster. Just barely enough egg generation for all of it. How's the base going? The base is going okay. We started off today's session by adding a mod that is somewhat questionable in terms of fairness or balance or whatever, but I got kind of tired of seeing stuff like this and not being able to do train bricks where we want to do them, and so we just, you know, got the ore move mod. We're allowed to move ores. So, like if there's a thing like this, we just go, no, you're in the wrong spot, go here. Line up with the train grid. Lightly, please. Just don't be in the wrong spot. And, I haven't really done much with it yet, but that is a thing that we can do. It's called, Omni Mover. Or, to be more specific, Omni Matter _ Mover 2.1.0. It's an old mod, but it does work with all of the entities in Pyanodons so far that I've seen. It costs resources to move patches, but when the main concern we have is about how stable the game is as we continue to explore more and more chunks and how big the save file gets, I'd rather cheat a little to keep people able to play. Alright, all 16 are running. And therefore the alarm would go off, but I'm gonna... Bum-ba-bum. Wait, am I reversing pipes? I am. Yep. Mostly sure I didn't mess that up. What have I done? Enough stone wool. Honestly, at this point, though, I'll just do this. I'm not going to do more than 16 of these, I think. 16 should grow lobsters pretty quick. Hopefully. I think we will need a second one of these by the time they're all up and running. The question is, how do I fit the damn thing? And where? Ugh. Supposed to be in here. Oh, acid gas. I don't want to think about it. You have beef with that mod author? Which one? The Omni Zealous? They did a good job. They made a lot of really cool mods. I think. You're allowed to have beef, though. Just... Ah, interesting. We use stone wool for that machine too. Maybe I don't have enough. All of this as build plus this is still quite positive on the stone wool. So the issue is the amount of stone wool that I'm requesting in each box. Yeah, let's lower this back down to like 12. Oh, we've completely tapped the logistics drones. Whatever, they can sort it out. Too condescending. They're a very strong-minded person. I'll agree with that, but I haven't seen them in probably 10 years. Or talked to them, really. Well, it's only 4:26, but I started 2 hours early today, so I'm starting to get kind of mentally exhausted. I guess we're gonna start working toward a Zyphoi. Because we need one of those too, and we've hopefully already got a station DNA sample. Just add water. Actually, really quite close to being able to make a Zyphoi already. Need some rock cocoons, which I imagine that we have. They're just probably not on the train network. There's a place that has 1,000. We don't need many, I just need to have them part of the train logistics grid, so... Rock cocoon, please? A little bit. Didn't seem like it broke anything last time. Making the crustacean DNA sample again. I think I did limit crustacean DNA. Instead of testing that, let's just say if anything. If there's anything in that box. If there's anything in that box at all, then turn off. I don't want to keep on making extra samples that aren't being requested. This one will still need extra stuff in though, so it will end up making 3. Rock cocoons coming? Yes, nice. Back up to 20 stack threshold. Means we should see some rock cocoons on the way to Beetles. Be on their way here. Only 5. That's all we need to get it started. Man, so we're doing a whole bunch of different animals today. We got Yadles, we got Vrock, Yadles plus Ziphoes. I've got the lobsters brewing. Slowly but surely. Every now and then they keep on not spreading the love out. What are all the drones doing? White is logistics. So the white drones are, once again, yeah, they're trying to help out with the buffer chest stuff. What do you guys think about this? Has this helped? At the start of the session, I set up 3 buffer targets so that logistics drones could carry construction materials to the peripheral parts of the base, so that when we do like a big construction job, instead of the construction drones flying all the way from the base to all the way out there, to all the way back, to all the way out there, to all the way back, they can go all the way out there once, but then go back and forth between the buffers. But now it's kind of overloading the logistics drones. We've got 6,000 construction drones doing nothing and 3,000 logistics drones. We're not building anything, so... These sponges. Is that another animal we gotta do? Well, we can almost certainly expect that every single animal that we make is going to be needed at some point for something. Didn't I import plants, like right here? I did. We're making our first Ziphoe. This alarm should still work. If any item ends up in that box, the alarm will go off saying, "Hey, there's a new critter." And it should not make more than 1. Hopefully. Guess I'm supposed to start thinking ahead about how we make the next one of these things, because, yeah, we got so many alternative recipes. Ziphoes, made inside a creature chamber. The larva we gotta figure out how to make first. This recipe, I think. Oh, we haven't actually chosen the Ziphoi bird, but we have the ability to choose one, so now would maybe be a good time to figure out what we want to do with this. Apparently one of these is going to affect our ability to breed them. But I don't wanna. Complicated. I'm too tired. Could have done this logic better. I'm not really sure how we ended up with this many Ziphoi codexes plus 2 extras that are in there. There is a larva lost. You made a queen? There's a queen in this building that's not working because there's no natural gas barrels. And there's a queen in that building that's not working for the same reason. Something's wrong with natural gas. Natural gas is supposed to be delivered here. Not being delivered. Because there's too much BTX. BTX. Completely full. The light's not on. Was not trying to void. Your and condition can't trigger for some reason. How can it, yeah, how can it be greater, how can it be less than 25k and greater than 28k at the same time? Less than 25. Oh, you're not passing the signal through all of them. See how right here we go down to 1 signal instead of all of it? I think we're missing a green wire connection from these two. The storage tank right here should be connected to the storage tank here, all the way up to the left side. Isn't that what you told me before, Bailey? That the left side is for you to measure the... Alright, so now... Yeah, now it's working. I just voided some. They're run. Okay, while you're at it, you should probably wire up the rest of them. Really no downside to having them connected. If we end up with more fluids. Naphtha's actually sitting at max. You've got your signal backwards. It should be disposal sinkhole greater than 0, and you've got disposal sinkhole less than 0. It can't go negative. But I'm assuming we don't want to vent naphtha. How on earth did that get reversed? Whatever. They all look good now. Do we make a dude? Uh-oh, we're probably making our second dude. Where's my alert? Oh. Crap, the new critter complete's not nearly annoying enough. Sorry, I'm gonna have to make it really annoying. It needs to be global. Because we're making a second Ziphoi. Which is probably a mistake. But it already started, so... guess we let it. This machine is gonna want... to make Ziphoi larva. Needs fish food. Fish food. Ah, fish food's one of the ones that needed a fluid, that's why I didn't make it. Hmm. I need bones and lard delivered to them all. Lovely. God, can you imagine playing this without, this train setup? Like, and having belts and crap everywhere? Just like, it'd be absolute belt chaos. Like, I don't even... How would you? You're gonna make some fish food. Sap is, I think, en route. Yep. 5,000 available filtration media. Filtration media. Alright, so we have another dude. I want to turn off the recipe for making another Ziphoi. You said there's another animal we're supposed to be making? Sea sponge? Sea sponge wants sea sponge DNA samples. That's not crustacean DNA samples. Sea sponge codex. That's something that I automated? I think I did automate all the codices. Sea sponge codex. Products finished 3. So yeah, we should have 3 sea sponge codex. But there are none in storage and none on the way. How does that make sense? Did you use the sea sponge codex to make the Yaddle? Or something? Should be fine. We'll get there. Making our first sea sponge DNA sample. This thing needs just one of them. So we almost have the sea sponge. That alarm's set up, so if I get distracted or I go get another coffee or something, feel free to make sure it's not broke. No water. Because I did break the pipes. This is supposed to be water. My lobsters. Look at them. How many lobsters? Did we start with trains? Hell no. No, we didn't have trains till like the 60th hour. We're 151 hours in now. But the train grid is, expansive. Very, very expansive. Bum, 42% on sea sponge. I need to stretch my legs again. I'm getting too tired to... I feel like I've been going a lot longer than just the 450 here. Filtration media is the thing that we need. Plus phytoplankton and pressurized air. Pressurized air, pressurized water. Do another lump. Sure. That's not working yet. What is phytoplankton? 7.5 phytoplankton per second. This makes... Ugh. That is a lot of phytoplankton. just need filtration media. Which is probably problematic because of activated carbon. I bet we don't have activated carbon being delivered here yet. Well, now. Oh, we can just import the filtration media directly. Okay, great. I'll set that up then as well. But we're bringing a little bit of activated carbon for good measure. In case other things want to build it. Alright, this thing is going to make Zifoi larvae. And a whole bunch of wastewater. Wastewater goes out this way. Okay, the larvae we're going to use in the recipe called this. Relesia plantations. What? That's silly. Hey, you've got a sea sponge. Alright. We could let it grow another one. I'm gonna put the sea sponge in here. I'm working on the Zifoi logic, so like that's a whole other animal if someone else wants to work on it. I'll add it as a note. These bog? Please give me Relesia's farms. Is water easy to make or get? Yeah, we have water fill. You can just place it and then put on a pump anywhere. Kind of cheaty, but it's all about that late game performance, man. You're making the foil larva. Put one of these derps into here. I should redo this. This whole thing should come up to here. We should do the thing where they share chests so that they have better access to supplies. What did I make this time? Did I make another one? Another second sea sponge? Hey, sponges! How close are we to the next side spec? Well, I don't know. This is what we need. So we have good Cassian. We have glassware, we have mechanical parts. Good alien sample. I'm not sure if that's part of bees or something. I think I've seen solidified Sarcoris. I started working on zip ears because zip ears are the lobsters, because I saw that we needed zip ears. Arcad honey is obviously the bees, which are called arcads. Paragon is something. Flavonoids and Harrigan are the two that I'm not sure about. Also, we need more fish food. Is that one making fish food now? It is not, because we have no fawahwe. We probably don't import mushrooms. We want to eat some fawahwe. Probably also don't import sap. Basically, we want every damn entity to be here. You bringing us some fawagway? No. What about you? Iron plates. Fawagway. Mushroom. Request a few more than just 3. Okay. Pressurized water. Huh? Oh. Here. Okay, just need fish food. Fish food was waiting on mushrooms. Mushrooms are delivered, I believe, by now, probably. So fish food. Hawahwe on the way. This does not make very much fish food, but probably enough. Not like these things need a lot. It wants 24 fish food per hour. This one machine can make 0.4 fish food per minute. This thing makes 36 fish food per minute. So I think 1 is plenty. Fish food. Definitely need another one of these making eggs. Just wish I could fit it better. I don't want to move stuff. Alright, double zipper egg production means we probably get these going. In your game, you pronounce it Fauji? Fauji. Faugue. Sounds like a goofy, like fungus. Me. I don't think I can go until 6 tonight, though. I keep on saying that, I know, but I'm fading too quick. So here's my plan. I'm going to leave the sponge for either someone else or for tomorrow. I'm going to hop on a train. And tell it to take me a bunch of different places. Should remember all of the commands, I believe. Will it not? Yeah, there's multiple temporaries. Is there a shortcut key to disable any UI elements? Like... There, remove all weight conditions. I'm gonna step away, and by the time the train's done doing random shit, that's when we're gonna probably need to wrap up. But watch the train go zoom zoom. Back in the middle. Maybe I'll zoom out a little bit more. You can see the hills as we drive by. We are still zooming. Which fish upgrade did we do? I don't know that we have unlocked the fish upgrade. Or did we? We did choose the fish upgrade. Looks like we chose temperature control. I had nothing to do with fish, so I think I left that up to whoever was feeling confident. I don't even remember reading much about it. This mod is too complicated. Imagine trying to solve it all by yourself. Like... Was that an interesting tour of the base, or did no one notice? Zoom zoom. It does feel like we've kind of overbuilt things and should have focused more on building the next creature, that kind of thing. But I've learned a lot, so that my next Pyanodons run will go much better. Please tell me the fish food is fish fooding. No fish food. No foul away. We need more mushrooms. Who did the mushrooms? 18,000 mushrooms? That's plenty of mushrooms. Why haven't you picked up mushrooms? Why are we picking up so much stone? Where's the mushrooms? You know what it might be? I think it's because I didn't change this back. No, it is back to 20. Let's see. Mushrooms get into here. Yes. Are they in this one? No. We're back to this problem here where I see. We're requesting so few foul away. Only 10. That my logic to push stuff out of the deposits is not working. It should work now. Or not. But why not? Well, there's 27 on the way now. I think it is working, it's just... there's too many different entities, and so the odds of... I need to, like, change the way the randomizer works. Pull stuff out of the warehouse. You spent 6 hours demolishing the old base? Really? Yeah, wow. The bus is missing. We can delete a lot of chunks up there. So, in hindsight, do we think it was a good idea to build a bus? Or did it just distract us from trains? Alright, I'm confused by this. Why is there no... 210 on the way. Okay. I think I'm just getting impatient and I'm... It's because there's no logistics spots. That's what's happening. This is where I'm going to take advantage of the setting that I set up with this. I'm going to go in here... Specify B% of logistics spots to be used for buffer chest supporting. It's clearly too many, so we're going to lower it to 50. And I do have to do that 3 times, though. I think. Unless I had made it a global buffer control group. And then deleted that and added the global buffer control group, and then it'll be shared across all of them. Okay, so now the way that should work, and I think that I have it set up properly. You take B, convert that into a percentage of the total available robots, and then only allow the chest. Oh shit. Okay, well that does not work if I have trash unrequested on. Because then it makes them trash everything every time it pulses. Okay, well, live and learn. Need to turn off trash unrequested. Pyanodons 100x science? Yeah. It seems perfectly reasonable. You know that there are people who do that. I was reading about some guy who, there's a mod you can get where every research you do increases the tech cost multiplier by like some percent that you can customize. And they're doing a like 7 or 8% tech cost multiplier run, which doesn't sound like much, right? Except, if you look at the tech tree and you look at how many different researches there are, and I can't even, like, see the whole tech tree. You can't zoom out with the tech tree very well. There's hundreds of researches, right? That means, like, 100% cost x to the 1.08th. Sorry, 1.08 raised to the, like, say you do 200 researches or something. You end up with a 5.8 million multiplier to tech cost. 200 researchers in. I need to update this blueprint. This thing is wrong. I made a... Didn't I put it in book belt? Book stuff? I thought I did. I don't know if it's retroactive. I really wouldn't want it, I think. Required mats 4. That's not it. Did I just put it in my own personal blueprint? Just 6. Yeah, I guess I did. Make a copy and put it in here. Well, hold on. Let me update it first. Wrong. Right here, it should be... input count, not output, not one. Because this one is wrong. And probably not kicking resources out of this box the way that it should. I think I only ended up with 2 of those. One here and one over here. Also, though, if our drones aren't overloaded, which... Oh, I love that. Look, I love it. About half the logistics spots are available again? I guess that means this thing's working. Every time it detects that there's more than half of the bots available, it pulses the buffer chests with some extra requests, which then get satisfied by a couple bots, but then those bots get taken away from the total, and then it turns off the requests, so it doesn't overload the total sent out there. Working. Now that we have enough bots, I'm just gonna let them dump everything from this box into the network, though, rather than have to... Yeah, if you think about it, like, after 200 sciences, I don't know how many sciences there are, but if you get to the very bottom of the tree, or something, it wouldn't just be that your science research cost would be 5 million, it's 5 million X. Like 5 million times 3,300, like 16 million science packs of each type. No, not of each type, 16 million of the base. 16 million maximization science packs. 32 million production science packs, you know, 48 million augmentations, like... 16,500,000 times 60 basic automations, just a casual 990 million science packs. The only like part to this playthrough that I'm regret's the wrong word, but the only thing that I would change is how heavily we committed to the train blocks early and made so big, because it's not about the train grid itself, it's about how it affected our logic and like how we played. Because the bricks were so big, because we didn't have the ability to move ores, it just sort of forced us to try to maximize bricks, and then we end up with way overkill production targets. Trains are cool, though. You're right. This is also... we're only on the first This is just tier 1 logistics spots. There's 4 tiers. And they go so much faster. They're called Pynobots. So if you compare like a logistic Pinobot Mark 1, I guess technically we want the Factoriopedia for this. The logistics ones have a speed of these things. Oh, also, I never knew that. The logistics bots have a cargo capacity of 3 innate, not 1. Huh. Didn't know that. The next bot is gonna automatically have a capacity of 5 and goes 28.1 kph kilometers an hour base. Before research that modifies their actual speed. And then we go up to 36.7, and then we go up to 51.8. We're gonna be 3 times the speed with so much more cargo. Oh my god. And there is still robot movement research. And it is infinite. In theory. It just costs, you know, all these science packs. God. We are so barely even close to, like, starting. It says we're tech tree completion 26.4%. No. Wrong. Yeah, there is flying caravans, but, like, I'm not sure why you would want to use them. Tridents, stage 1. Fifth science pack in. Maybe it's domestication stage 3. Aerial caravans, yeah. So you gotta wait till the friggin' 7th science pack to get aerial transportation. And they're made out of lard. That makes sense. Alright, there's only one thing that I have the energy to do, and that's to suck up resources. I'm gonna come help take things apart for a little bit. Turn off personal logistics, and just dump everything in there. Squish, did you see that we, at the start of the session today, I went over how we added a mod specifically for performance concerns called, Omni Ore Moving? I wonder how that might change everyone's perspective of relative size of train blocks. If you could just know for sure that resources would never be, like, in an annoying spot and you could keep using your train grid. I think that you could get by with much smaller grids. Okay, what are we ripping up? Aliel, have you been doing it for 6 hours by hand? You're not using a vacuum cleaner? But it's so satisfying. You need a shotgun. You've got one. Oh, you want to aim because you're bored? Oh no. I mean, at this point, like I've been saying for a while, if it's not on the train grid, it doesn't exist, so I don't even care if it breaks stuff. I'm just gonna rip it up. Crap, my inventory is already full. Okay, what about this? If we were to do like a poll on starting over. Not that we're gonna start over. I promise. But if we did start over, if we were to play again from the beginning with all the knowledge we've accrued up until now, would you want spoilage enabled? And would you want Pyanodons hard mode to prevent you from voiding and burning certain fluids and stuff like? Or would that just make the mod less fun? I've been watching Rygaard's playthrough, and I'm like 4 or 5 of his streams in. It's taken me a week or two to watch like 10 hours plus of content, but I watch it at like 3x playback because, you know, who's got time? And so far, he's only on like the 2nd science pack, and the only 2 things that spoil are native flora and I think 1 other object. The spoilage is not a huge downside at the very beginning, but it might get a lot worse. I don't know. Like, I assume that all the meat and lard and guts and brains, all that stuff probably all spoils. But even if it spoils, yeah, it spoils directly into jerky, and you can use jerky to order your caravans around. It's kind of like brains. You just, instead of using brains, you would use jerky. It doesn't seem that bad. I think it actually is faster when you are only doing 1 lane at a time to do this. But when there's 2 or 3 rows, 4 items on the ground. Well, Jaleo, the thing that I'm learning from playing that finally does start to make more sense to me, Rygaard tried to tell us this. He tried to explain it, but he didn't explain it in a way that I, like, actually understood him. He kept saying, try not to get ahead of your technology, which to me makes no sense. It's like, what do you mean? Like, how do you get ahead of your technology? But what he meant is more like, instead of doing bigger and bigger builds to solve your production targets, pay attention to the technology before doing the builds. Because, like, if you compare a moss build, like, look at this moss brick. This entire brick does 3,936 moss per minute, or 65.6 moss per second. If you were to downgrade the first recipe to moss recipe 1 and compare the two, this is 0.08, this is 0.2. So it's 2.5 times faster. You get 2.5 times as much production just using the better recipe. And if that math holds true every like stage, going from 1 to 2 and then 2 to 3, like, rather than building a massive thing that makes moss, no, just get the technology and then use the better moss recipe. So I don't think that we need to worry about increasing moss production now. We need to worry about getting technology. Try not to get ahead of the technology. It makes sense now. Kinda. Yeah, I put the moss recipe back. Actually, I intentionally left that on level 1 just to bother people who paid close attention. Every single one of those, like, 300 machines is on moss recipe 2, except for that one that's still on moss recipe 1. Hehehe. This is definitely not as fast, but it is quite satisfying. Way faster to decon mark. Yeah. You know what we could do, if you want, as an alternative to spending all this real-life physical, like, labor clearing up the old base? Remember that mod that I had at the start of the stream that allows us to delete chunks that are not used by the player? It has an alternative mode where it just straight up deletes the chunks. We could just straight up delete it and just not worry about the resources that we're destroying or losing. It's cheaty, but we'd be losing tremendous amounts of value. Think about all the intermetallics. My vacuum cleaner's so strong, it can just suck concrete right off the floor. Very sweet. I kind of feel like I'm like a bad guy in the Langoliers movie or something. Slowly sucking up the planet, like, destroying the world. Seems that 4 tiles is about the most you can get effectively. kind of miss our bus. I love the way that the trains are working, but the bus was cool. It was like the biggest bus that I've ever played with. 80 lanes, 18 fluids, like, I don't know. I liked it. Is it just me, or is the floor underneath our concrete, like, more dirt looking? Like, there's less wildlife on it? Less vegetation? Is that normal? Like, it looks cool. Like, perfect ground. Will the plants grow back? Right, but will they grow back? I usually have a mod that specifically deletes the ones that poke through concrete, because I think they look hideous. Makes no sense to me at all that you throw it on concrete and there's already a plant growing through it. Like, that's not how concrete works. Seems interesting. The amount of items that you can hoover up at once is not based on entity count, it's based on how long your mouse was there. Like, I'm able to suck up the floor and multiple belts all at once, if the floor is also decon plantered. That's interesting, I think. Alright, I've had about enough decon plannering for today, but if we do, yeah, I'm all out of stuff too. If we decon a little bit every day, the old base will be not long for this world. God, so many steam engines. Nice, the mall's not that far away, actually. Look at all this room for activities, we can make a bunch more bricks. Into the warehouse you go. I'll go grab one more caravan, or one more, this might be a use case scenario to actually have caravans just haul all the crap to the mall. I can move a lot very quickly. $52,000 refined concrete in logistics. Only 6,000 steam engines so far. But they might, that's probably not counting the total that are in the deposit, like, column row thing. It's a shame we had to retrofit so many of the train stations from the original layout of two smaller warehouses into one deposit, like that really costs a lot of time too. Poor bots are going to be busy for a while. I'm gonna let the construction robots help them. Some decon planner, every other active provider. Now they can all work. Except that logistics bots have 3 times the carrying capacity. Haram, that's the exact same math that... sorry. The exact same math that we arrived at regarding Ash. And that's why we ended up adding cranes to the mod pack. Because Ash trains also move ridiculous amounts of stuff. Why is... this doesn't look right. Who broke? It broke. Someone's got, someone's messed up the belts somehow. Well, the last couple did complete products, but they've been much lower than the others. So I think it's just been a contaminated belt for a long, long time. It is so much harder for me to pick stuff up off the belts now because I rebound the key and I use Control F to pick things up now. Trying to hold down Control F while WASDing is not easy. Bring me stuff, robots. Well, I'm not sure 100% what the plan is for this campaign long term. I don't think I can just keep playing it 6 to 7 hours every single day. As much fun as it is for me to do personally, 100 to 200 viewers is not really my goals as far as work goes. That, and we have 1.1 EU5 coming out fairly soon, in theory. So, probably gonna have to switch back to a more balanced approach, like 2 to 4 hours a day of this at the end of each session, playing like Paradox titles first, that kind of thing. Besides, there's this absolutely massive backlog of content for people to watch on YouTube after I finally get it uploaded. I am exporting it slowly, but I made some silly decisions in the early few days and played music that was copyrighted, and YouTube's given me a hard time about purging the audio, and yeah, microdose cracked Oreo. Yeah, good luck. I know, that's the problem, right? Like, I want to just play all day, every day. Until I get tired. Did anyone play with the, Sea Sponge? Nope. Okay, well, Sea Sponge is high up on the list of things to do. Sea Sponges. What's a Yadel supposed to be? Ah, that's where we get flavonoids. Okay. Yadel. Where's the description for the, Usually they have a funny description. Dad. Does Sea Sponge go into quartz for you? I have no idea. I just handled getting Sea Sponges today. We have 2 in a box. That's it. According to this, yeah, 1 Sea Sponge can turn into 10 quartz in an atomizer. But it's also used to make cytostatics, which is probably a more important use for them. We have 150 Yadels. We need to grow more Yadels. Let's see, edit this, increase Yadels production. Now I want to double check on the Arcade Queen. How's it doing? Still no natural gas. We have natural gas. So the problem is the barreling of the natural gas? That is really weird, look. There's nothing on there, but if you reverse the belt and then reverse it again, then it'll go in. So like somehow these chutes have broken. I do not know why. That is really weird. I checked closely to make sure that there weren't, like, random bits of ash or something blocking it, but I didn't see anything. This output's not very well balanced. It should be glittered. Probably. They don't work properly when blueprinted down as an input. Okay, easy to test. I usually blueprint shotgun these days, but If we, I don't know, make brick. Shoots as an input. And then I need stone. Those ones were blueprinted. That is not the right resource. Okay, well, what's something that uses stone? Stone furnace. Okay, built by my robots, it worked fine. Blueprint shotgun, it worked fine. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not able to reproduce that. Oh, I see. You want the chutes built? Then? No. Wait. These should be at 20 and they're at 18 and 16. What if I clear them out? Oh no, it's just that the chest is empty. I still can't reproduce it. But there must be something going on. It could be related to a setting that we have enabled that says to... It's a startup setting for loaders modernized respect insert limits. It might be related to that. Not sure. Okay, take a save if you like, if you would like one. I'm gonna wrap up here for the day, and we will do the same thing we do every day tomorrow. My lobsters, no. There's no stone wool. Why is there no stone wool? Because there's no coke. Why is there no coke? How is it possible there's no coke? That doesn't make sense. Surely we import coke. We don't import coke. Wow. That's kind of nuts. I mean, surely there is coke in the train grid, right? Or provider stations with 18K? Yeah. So why not train? Here's the train. Okay. Still, I should try to keep my little lobsters breeding. They're mostly filled in on modules, so I'll be able to do some new math tomorrow on how many of these things I need to support it and whatever. Alright, okay, like I said, I gotta wrap up. I'll see you soon. Have a great night.